Okay, we are live. We have stream rolling. Let's introduce some puppies. So let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Really easy. Put you on the leash. Pick up Bella. Okay, welcome to the live stream. Today we have 3 cute little pups, Midnight, Bella, and Lacey on the table. They're all getting identical haircuts, getting a teddy bear face and trimmed down on their bodies. If you don't know me, my name's AJ. I've been a pet groomer for 15 years, and I've actually been working with dogs since I was about 8 years old. I was baiting them at my mom's pet salon that she ran out of our house when I wanted to earn some allowance money. That's how I did it. So I've worked with over 20,000 dogs, and today I'm going to show you how I do these 3. We're going to put these 2 down since Midnight clearly doesn't want to be in my arms anymore. Wild boy. Oh boy. Yeah, Midnight's a bit of a wild boy. He's cute though. So we're going to do all of their rough-ins first, which is going to be nail trimming, sanitary shaving, pad shaving. Midnight's excited now. Okay. He's all excited because I picked him up. Now he's playful. Okay, so nail trimming, pad shaving, sanitary shaving, shave out and pluck their ears, shave the bridge of their nose, and I'm going to do that to all 3 of them, and then I'm going to take all 3 of them into the back, and we'll give them a bath back there. Bathe, blow dry, do their anal glands, and then come back up front, and then finish their haircuts. It's going to be a very long process between all 3 of these dogs. It's going to be anywhere from 4.5 to a 5-hour stream. So, yeah, the first hour is going to be the rough-in, and then the second hour is going to be bathing and drying, and then the last 2.5, 3 hours would be cutting their hair. But let's go ahead and get started with Lacey. We'll take her collar off. I'm going to pick this table up a little bit higher. Try to do it nice and slowly, keep it smooth. And we're going to cut Lacey's nails first. Let's see. Get both cameras going. Here, Lacey. Yeah, I'm going to do that. In here. Girl. Good girl. Her nails are pretty long, getting a lot off of them. girl. She's doing wonderful for it. Her nails are black, so it's a little bit more difficult to know how far I can keep cutting. The way that I always determine how far I can cut is by looking at the pulp that's in the center of the nail. When you cut into the nail, you'll see this white flaky substance, and that's the pulp. But it's only white and flaky when you're far away from the blood supply. Once you get close to the blood supply, it turns to a dark color. If their nails are black, then the dark spot will be black. If their nails are clear, the dark spot will be sometimes pink. And when you see that dark spot, it's also moist and not as flaky, so kind of like damp clay. And once you get close to that, you know that you're done cutting. So on the black nails, I always make my first cut pretty short to be able to look at the pulp. There are ways that you can tell by the shape of the nail, but the easiest way that I've found is just make the first cut, look at the pulp, and then keep cutting until that dark moist circle appears. Wait. When the nails are long like this, there is a deceptive layer that looks like it's the blood supply. Hang on, wait. So I'll be cutting through the nail, and I'll be looking at the pulp, and I will see a sliver of darker color, but it's actually dry and flaky, and that is where the blood supply has grown out, and it's a little deceptive, and you might think that you're done cutting, but because it's dry, that's how I know that I'm not actually close to the blood supply. And that's a really common thing when you have longer nails that you're cutting. I see that pretty often when I'm cutting longer nails. Good girl. Good girl. Check for dew claws. She does not have any dew claws on the back. She did have one on her first foot on the front, so she'll probably have one on her other foot too. Something else that I feel like mentioning, I don't know if you guys noticed, but she started kind of squatting down as I was cutting her back right leg, and it put her leg into a kind of bad position because I'm holding it up, and what it ended up doing was putting the height of her leg. This is about as high as I would want to do to hold it. I try to keep it lower when I can, but because she squatted down, it ended up putting her leg all the way up to that highest position, which is a little uncomfortable for the dogs, and it can be painful if they have any certain conditions, hip problems, lower back problems, spinal conditions. That can actually be painful for them. Knee problems, any luxating patella, which is when the kneecap slides out. Picking up the leg in general can be a little discomforting if they have knee problems, but it's especially important if they have knee problems not to pull their leg out to the side, to only stay in this plane of movement forward and backward, and then that'll keep their knee safer and more comfortable if they did have any problems. The thing about pet grooming is I don't know if these dogs have knee issues. Sometimes the owners will tell me, but a lot of times the owners don't even know, and I'm actually informing them that there's a problem. So I treat every dog as if it might have some sort of condition and try to work safely for myself and the animal. You never know. never know when there's something going on. You never know when something just pops up between grooms. So you always got to just be careful and cognizant of different ways that I try to always be careful and aware of how the dogs could get injured in my care, and always try to avoid it. I try to be very aware of just how they can be uncomfortable. I know. See right there, she got a little uncomfortable as I'm getting close to the blood supply. A little bit more sensitive to the pressure that the nail clipper puts on her nails, so I'll go ahead and leave that nail. I want to get a little more off of it, but where it's a little sensitive for her, I'm going to leave it, and I'll come over it with the Dremel and try to finish up with the Dremel. Good girl. Good. There you go. Now, I want to Dremel her nails immediately, but the bottom of her feet has a lot of hair on it. And I'm afraid that the hairs might get wrapped up in the Dremel. So I'm going to shave her pads next with a number 10 blade on my clipper. Wait. Wait, hang on, listen. Now see this? Her knee, her back right knee just clicked as I picked it up. She might have something going on with her back right knee. Come here. Okay. I'm doing something a little different than what I normally do. I'm shaving out the pad of her feet, which is, there's a little pocket between the main paw pad and the 4 toe pads. It's a little V-shaped pocket or crevice, and I'm shaving out the hair that's growing in that pocket. But after I finish with that, I'm then shaving the rest of the hairs that are growing on top of the foot and down towards the toes. And I'm shading them off like this. And that's just so that I can Dremel her nails without having to take my scissors to her feet and trim up these hairs. That's my goal. We'll see if it works. Seems like it's gonna work. I normally don't scissor the feet until the end of the groom, so I'm just trying to avoid having to add a step if I can. Wait. Hang on, Bella. Or Lacey. Midnight still running around being a little wild boy. Trying to get his sister to play with him, but she's just laying down, ignoring it. It's okay, Lacey. Hang on, little girl. Hang on. So she's doing this interesting thing, interesting form of protesting. She's sitting upright like a prairie dog. She's asking me to stop doing what I'm doing. She'd rather not do it. I'm trying to just very gently tell her that we need to keep doing it. I'm not doing any harsh corrections. It's not necessary. And I'm even trying to avoid correcting her if I can. I'm allowing her to just sit up like this and keep working. If I can keep working, then I consider it a win. To kind of allow the dogs to protest in the ways that they feel is necessary to tell me that they don't like it. But if I can keep working while they're doing it, then it doesn't interfere, and we don't need to add more corrections than are necessary. Okay, their pads are all shaved now. I'm going to take my Dremel tool, and I'm going to remove all the sharp edges from Lacey's feet. Cutting the nails almost always leaves sharp edges. And there was also a few nails that I wasn't able to get quite as short as I wanted to. Because Lacey was a little reactive to it. She was a little sensitive to the pressure. So the Dremel tool is a really good way to finish getting the nails shortened and also take off the sharp edges. These three dogs, I think all three of them do it. I know at least two of them do jump up on their owners, and so I want to avoid them having sharp nails if I can. Lacey's doing wonderful for this. Come, baby. No. Yeah, I'm really glad I chose to Dremel her nails. There was a lot more I was able to get off of them, and it'll be nice to not have any sharp edges for her owners. It's okay. Wait. Hang on. Almost there. Hang on. Okay, we did it. We did it. I'm gonna plug in the battery for this Dremel. Make sure that I have enough charge to get all 3 dogs done. Hopefully right here in the next 30, 40 minutes. Okay, now I'm gonna shave the bridge of her nose and the inside of her ears. Number 10 blade. Come right to the corner of her eyes, shave out all her eye goobers. Good girl. She's doing wonderful. Tiny bit nervous. She's not pulling away or jerking. It's okay. Alright. And with these Shihtzu breeds, shave all the way down the end of the nose to the teddy bear. Okay, now I'm going to shave the inside of her ears. Try to get all the hairs that are on the surface of the ear canal. Hang on. Wait. Hang on. Hey, it's okay. It's okay. Hold still. Wait. And so she's being pretty reactive right now to the clipper in her ear, so I'm going to try to do some desensitizing. I'm just going to hold the clipper on her ear and try to hold it here until she holds still. That's my goal. Good. I'll see if the clipper will not be too scary. She's doing a little bit better for a second. And I think that'll be alright for shaving the inside of her ears. There's still some hairs that are long, but I should be able to pluck all of those. They're growing inside of the ear canal. I'll do the same thing to her left ear. Shave all the surface hairs, the hairs that are growing right on the outside of the ear canal. There we go. Good job. She's wonderful for that ear. Now I'll take my hemostats and I will pluck out the hairs that are growing inside of the ear canal. And that's part of the reason why I shave the outside, so that for this part, I don't accidentally pluck the hairs that were growing on the outside of the ear canal. The only reason I pluck hairs at all is because the dogs need to have light and air getting into their ear canal, and with the breeding that we've done, a lot of the breeds grow hair inside of the ear canal, and it blocks light and air from getting in there, and then yeast builds up and it can cause ear infections in a lot of dogs. The dogs that are closer to the wolf breeds, like Huskies, Pomeranians, dogs with their ears that are standing up, they typically don't grow much hair inside of their ear canals. And that's the much healthier ear canal is the one that doesn't have hair growing inside of it. But a lot of these breeds, poodles, Shihtzus, Maltese, they all grow hair inside of their ear canal. And it's important that we keep it plucked out so that their ears can stay healthy. It's slightly uncomfortable, kind of like plucking your eyebrows or some of the other places that humans pluck hairs. But when you do it regularly, the roots don't grow as deep and it becomes more manageable for the dogs. But I don't want to pluck out hairs that I don't have to. So if I can shave the outside and not pluck them, I think that's definitely the way that it should be done. Good girl. Job, nice. Almost done. Okay. Woohoo! We did it. Give her a little ear massage in case there's any itchiness from plucking those hairs out. And now I'm going to take my 10 blade and I'm going to shave her Sammy and then her bum. Now, I have a little bit of a hard time getting her leg to lift up high enough, so I'm going to try standing her up from the front, see if I can access her belly and her Sammy from this angle. Okay, I think that's all I'm going to be able to get from up here at this angle. Now I'm shaving her privates, trying to make sure that when she goes pee, she doesn't have any hair that it gets stuck on. Okay, and check my blade temperature, getting a little warm. Go ahead and switch it out. Now I'll use the blade. Shave her bum. Shave off any crusties that might be stuck on there. Then I can avoid having to scrub them out in the bath if I can shave them out now. tail's pretty matted. Very unfortunate how matted this is. I'm going to try to trim it down short and then brush out the mats, because her whole tail is going to have to be shaved if I can. It goes all the way to the end. Take out some of my mat splitting tools. I've got this detangling conditioner spray. We'll get that all soaked in the fur. A dematting rake might not work, but it might. The mats are close to the skin, and when they get really close to the skin, this rake has a hard time getting underneath them. I have to be careful brushing out mats like this. If they're too tight, they'll really irritate the skin brushing them out. Yeah, this mat rake's not doing much. So I'm going to very gently start brushing out her tail with this brush. This is a long-haired slicker brush. Flying Perfect is the brand. Cannot recommend this brush enough. This is such a good brush for long hair, detangling. My favorite brush I've ever had for the long bristles. And it's on Amazon. I'm not sponsored by them or anything. It's just my favorite brush. Okay, looks like it's coming out. Lucky for Lacey, she doesn't have to have a rat tail. That's what it looks like when you have to shave the tail because of mats, and you have to shave it short in order to get underneath the mats. So it's totally a rat tail is what it looks like when you're done shaving a tail like this. I hate doing it. That's why I was so distraught when I saw her tail was all matted. But we're getting through it. Oh wow, forgot about this. She has it's like an overactive oil gland in her tail, but it grows out this keratin-like substance. Feels like a nail. She's got looks like a nail growing out of her tail. Just gonna cut it with my nail clippers. Funny little thing. Okay, her tail's almost brushed out. Forcing myself to stay patient. Keep brushing slowly so I don't irritate her tail or the skin on her tail. I'm sure it's a little irritated already. I'm just trying to do the least amount of damage that I can. Okay. All right. So I think we're good on Lacey. We can call that good. No big mats in her ears or her face. So her roughing is all done. We'll go ahead and put her down. We'll grab the next one. Looks like that's going to be midnight. Good boy. Wait. Okay, put this away. Hopefully we won't need to do any more mat splitting, but we will see. Have another sip of some coffee. I'm going to reverse the order a little bit. I'm going to start with the 10 work. I'm going to assume that it's going to be a very similar situation since all three of these dogs have identical haircuts. Spend the same amount of time between grooms. I'm going to want his pads to be shaved before I cut and drum them. But I'm going to start up at the top with his nose, shave out all his eye goobers. This is shaving out the diamond for the stop. And because he's a Shihtzu and we're doing a teddy bear face, we don't just shave out the little diamond section between the eyes. We shave all the way down the bridge of the nose, or at least I do. I'm going to go against the hair, right in the corner of his eye to get these really stained hairs. Okay, now I'm going to shave the inside of his ears. He has more hair than Lacey did, and I find that poodles are one of the hairiest breeds on the inside of their ears. And Midnight here is a Maltipoo, or a Shihtzu poodle cross. So that's probably why his hairs, or his ears have a little bit more hair. So shave all around the surface of his ear canal. looks good. Switch ears, do his left one. Midnight's doing really good for this. He's kind of cowering. He wants to kind of lay down. That's kind of how he's protesting a bit, but hold his face away there for a second. Let me grab it. Now he's holding still. Okay. His ears are all shaped. Now I'm going to grab my hemostats and pluck them. Try not to grab too big of a chunk of hair. I don't want to try to pluck all the hair on his entire ear all at once. Try to do small sections. That way there's not a lot of pressure on the ear canal. Wait. It came in there. Lacey, I don't know if you guys could see that on the cameras. She was just scooting her bum. That tells me that she's probably just feeling the air on her bum is making it a little itchy. So I'm going to keep an eye on it to see if she keeps doing that. I'm also going to pay attention to her anal glands. Make sure that if they are really full, to see if it increases how much she's scooting her bum. Midnight's ears are just stuffed with hair. So much coming out right now. I know, buddy. Almost there, though. Hang on, buddy. Now he's twitching quite a bit for these deeper inner hairs. Good job, buddy. Good. Good job, Midnight. I know, buddy. Tough stuff. Okay. Keep your other ear. Wait. Come on, Midnight. Come on, buddy. Stay. I think Midnight did a little timid pee when I was rubbing his ears. I gotta remember not to be too affectionate. Wait. Stay. Good job, buddy. Wait. Stay. Stay the night. I know. Hang on. Hang on. Wait. Oh boy. Not liking this anymore, are you? Hang on. I know. I know, Wally. Stay. Stay. Part of me is wiggling like this. It's really easy to pinch the folds inside of their ear. Hang on, bud. Good night. Good night. Stay. Stay. Trying really hard not to pinch those folds. Okay. All done. Still gonna give him an ear massage. Not gonna baby talk him at the same time though. We don't need him peeing on my table anymore. Silly dude. Yeah, you're silly. Oh. Peed more anyway. Okay, now I'm going to shape the pads of his feet. Hey, buddy. Stop. Have to work a little bit differently. He's kind of trying to hop over my my arm, so I'm going to reach from over his body and lift his foot up just like this. Hang on. Hold still, buddy. Hold still. No. Good night. You're okay. Definitely does not want his pads shaved right now. Wiggling a lot to try to get away from it. Okay, buddy. No. No, no. Stand up. Stand up. Stay. It's okay. He tried to roll over and lay flat. See if that would work to give you a stop. Now he's trying to jump up. Getting himself all tangled up in the leash. So he's continuing to protest and test to see if he escalates a little bit, if I'll stop. And I'm just going to try to be calm and not let go, not stop. That way he knows that it's not going to work, and hopefully he'll give up. Wait. Good boy. Now he's in this funny little position with his face in my elbow, or the armpit of my elbow, the pit of my elbow. Whoa, good night. But Hang on, dude. Calm down. No. Stay. Stay. No. Stay. Stay. Okay. So we're gonna have to do some more desensitizing. Good. Okay, this paw pad's almost done. I think I'm just gonna call it done while he's being good and calm like this. I want to reward that behavior. Everybody. Now I'm gonna jump back to his back paw. Good job, buddy. Good job. We did really good for that foot. See if we'll continue do the same with this one. The back feet are oftentimes a very different experience than the front feet. A lot of dogs that will resist really hard on the front feet won't resist near as much on the back feet. My intuition tells me that's because it's so far away from their face and their mouth, and they just have less ability to do anything about it, so they typically don't. But I don't really know why it's a thing. It's just something that I see a lot. Although I did have a dog yesterday that was much harder to do her back feet than her front feet. So it is definitely not always the case. Good boy. Stay. Wait. See, he's using his other paw. He's turning his face around, resisting much more for this front foot than the back ones. He was really good for the back ones, but protesting again, telling me he'd rather I didn't do this and asking me to stop. And he's being really sweet about it. This is all peaceful protesting, but he's getting a little intense with the amount of energy that he's putting into the protest is pretty high. So I'm going to try this hold where I can hang onto his body. He's doing really good right now, but I found that when I give him praise, he starts acting up and getting really excited about it. So I'm not going to praise him until I'm all done. Just too excitable. Good. Good. You did it. You did it. Okay, let's pop on him in 10, and we'll shave his sanitary. But see if he'll let me do it from this upright standing position. Unfortunately, I did shave through hair that had pee on it, so this blade's now dirty. So I'll need to clean it before I use it on another dog. I've got a few dirty blades, so I'll have to do that after I finish with his bum. Now I'm going to shave his bum. Get rid of any crusties. And also make a path so that less crusties catch on there when he goes to the bathroom. Good boy. His tail is a little matted, but not near as bad as his sister Lacey. But I'm going to take a moment right now and clean these blades. I have 410s that I use regularly, and once the blade has touched pee or a dog's butt, I isolate it so I know that it needs cleaned, so that I don't accidentally put it on a dog's face, for instance, and give him pink eye or something weird like that. So I'm going to go ahead and spray the top of these. Brush in the cleaner. Make sure it gets between all the teeth and anything that was stuck in there gets brushed out. And I'll open it up. Spray the inside. And after cleaning it, apply oil to all the contact surfaces. There's 5 spots that each need a drop of oil on them. Shimmy the blade back and forth to spread the oil. Wipe off the excess. And now, this blade I consider dirty in a different way, because now it has cleaner and oil residue on it. And that cleaner and oil residue, I do not want it to get on a clean dog's fur. So I keep it separated, and I will be able to use it on Bella, and then go give her a bath so that any residue that does get on her gets washed off. But it's something that I always try to be careful of, is not to get the cleaner or blade oil on a clean dog's fur. Midnight's shaking his head a lot. He had a lot of hair inside of his ears. It's bothering him a little bit, a little itchy. Now the air's getting in there, and it's probably a little itchy from the plucking process itself. Okay, the blades are all clean now. The last bit of oiling. Wipe off the excess, and we are done cleaning these blades. Okay, now I am ready to cut his nails. Thick. Midnight has some black nails and some clear nails. Hang on, buddy. Hang on. He's giving me a little bit of struggle, trying to hop over my arm. Basically just telling me he doesn't want me to hold on to him the way that I'm holding. Hey, no. And he did that little movement right there. It was a warning little movement. Hang on, no. He went for my clipper, so I don't know if he pinched or if he licked, but that was a warning. It was him telling me I need to stop. And so I'm gonna listen to him. I'm gonna recognize that he doesn't like what I'm doing. Hang on, buddy. But I have to keep going, and I need to get it done. So I'm gonna acknowledge that he wants me to stop, and I'm gonna work a little bit more safely. I'm not gonna allow my hands to be near where he could potentially pinch me. And sometimes that's all it takes. A little bit of consistency, just putting myself in a position where he can't do anything. And that's sometimes enough to get them to stop struggling. And seems like that might be the case right now. He's let me do the last two nails without much fuss. Once I got to the point to where he struggled, he tried to tell me to stop, and I didn't listen. And I put him in a position where he had a little bit less power and ability to resist me. He started cooperating a little bit. So, hi. Thank you. Correction doesn't have to be an act of force. Correction can be just me holding on to like his leg and his paw and just holding still. That in itself can be a correction. The corrections are not what gets the most change. Corrections make short-term change, but rewards make long-term change. And a reward doesn't have to be like a treat or a petting. A reward can be something as simple as just releasing some of the pressure. So when I'm holding onto his foot, and like in this instance, he's being really good. Oh, see, but then he stops. I'm done cutting this foot, but I don't want to end and reward him by letting go when he's being wiggly and a little naughty. So I'm going to hold on to it, play with his toes. Good boy. And then I'm going to let go when he's holding still. That teaches him when he holds still, he gets that reward, and he gets that pressure released. Wait. Wait. No dew claws on the back. dew claws in my early career, the first couple years of grooming. I didn't have the routine of checking every single foot for a dew claw. I assumed that if I checked the front feet and they didn't have them, that they wouldn't have them on any of the feet, or I would just forget about them completely. And some of the dogs that I worked on ended up having dew claws that grew all the way around until they were almost touching the paw pad. And that's a big rookie mistake that luckily I've learned it by now. 15 years of doing this, you'd think I'd get that sort of thing figured out. But it did take a few years to really develop the routine. Another big area of opportunity that I had when I was a newer groomer was ear cleaning. I would forget to clean the ears a lot, and I think I ended up causing a whole bunch of ear infections because of it. I feel bad for those people and those dogs that I learned that mistake on. Wait. Wait. You're okay, buddy. Hang on. Hang on. 9. It's okay, man. My gosh. He's being really soft for this foot. He's still resisting a little bit, but it's so different from his front right foot that I'm trying to just allow him to have a little bit of movement when he asks to walk away or to spin a little, because he's giving in and he's letting me do just a ton of it right now. And I've only got one nail left. He's doing a little bit right now where he's trying to put his face right on his foot. No, you stay. And I can't allow that. So I did a little correction. I pulled his body away, and he stopped doing the movement with his face. He's close now, but he's not resting his face on his paw. So I'm going to try to keep working. Good boy. Try to stay nice and calm. Buddy. You did wonderful for that last foot. It was a big improvement. Okay, now I'm going to Dremel his nails. Let me see, buddy. Okay. Hold still. Wait, no. Oh, stuff. It's really important that I don't let him put his face up to the Dremel, because it'll grab his face hairs and it'll spin it around and yank on it and wrap it all up. Wait. Right. I feel his nails cut down well, so my objective is not to take off a lot of length with dremeling his nails, although I do want to make sure I get them as short as I can safely. My main objective is to take off any of the sharp edges. Good job, buddy. Wait, wait. Okay. Yeah. I hit my own nail. Now with all these sharp edges, I gotta round it off. Stay. Okay. Okay. All done. Good job, buddy. Midnight's face is really long. I'm gonna take my clip-on over his eyes and his head. Let's see. I think it's 3/8. Oops. Yeah, 3/8. The reason I'm doing this is to make it easier to wash and to dry his face. I can't remember exactly how Midnight does for the bath. I think he does pretty good, but something's telling me that he might get a little wiggly, so I should just get off the majority of this hair, make it easier to wash, easier to dry. Midnight is all done with his roughing. I should brush out the mat in his tail. Only one little one at the base, or a couple small ones at the base of his tail, so I'm just going to get this brushed out. If I don't brush out the mats, the hair doesn't come clean underneath or in between the mats. A little uncomfortable for Midnight on this underside, so slow him down a little bit, trying to make it a little bit easier for him. Okay, there we go. All right. And now, for the last little one, little Bella. Get a drink of some water and some coffee. Midnight's being a wild boy again. Running around trying to get Lacey to play with him now. What a silly dude. Okay, we'll jump right into nails with Bella. Okay, baby. I gotcha. Bella's nails are all clear, so it's very easy to see how far I can go for the first cut. I can cut a good majority of the nail, so I can make less overall cuts in this situation. I can see that where the white turns to pink, that's where the blood supply is touching the outer shell. I go just above that. And then I read the pulp to see how much more I can continue to cut off. Looking for the pink moist circle to appear inside of the white pulp. And once it's there, I know that I'm done. Hey, no. Being a little naughty there. She didn't like her dew paw being cut. She gave me a warning touch. She touched her teeth on my finger. She didn't actually pinch or bite. No, that's another little warning snap. Hey, you don't do that. So very light correction. Mostly what I need to do is just work further away so that she can't keep doing it. Good. But I did do a very light correction of just being like turning her face around and telling her no. Because aggression is the one thing that I will, I'll be a little bit more intense about, but I mean, clearly it wasn't very much, you know. A slow turnaround, hey, don't do that. It's not a very intense correction. But she also was not showing very much aggression. But I'm gonna keep myself safe from aggressive dogs, and if I need to be a little bit more assertive to take control of the situation. I will do it in the case of aggression. No, it's okay. Hang on, baby. Lacey's checking up on her sister. She hears her being a little upset on the table, and it's getting midnight all riled up. He's running around, just being a wild boy. Wait. No, you're okay. No, you're okay, Bella. Bella does not want her nails done today. Bella does have dew claws in the back. These are tough little ones. They curl really tight. Wait. I use my small nail clipper to try to get this cut with the least amount of discomfort for her. Stay, stay. Okay, got it. Let's check the other one, might be the same. Looks like it is. Okay. Good job, Bella. Doing good, little one. She was still doing a little bit of wiggling, but she wasn't turning and doing little warning turns like that. No. Alright, now we're ready to dremel. She's doing wonderful for this. She's not reacting to it at all. So that tells me it's likely the pressure of the nail clippers is what she doesn't like, makes her a little uncomfortable. That's what she was asking me to stop doing. Okay, we're all done with all 3 of their nails now. Next step, let's do some 10 work. Let's see. I already used this 10 on his face, so it shouldn't have any residual oils, but I think I may have re-oiled it. So I'm going to do her pads. I don't want to potentially put oil on her face and around her eyes if I can avoid it. She does not have a ton of hair in her pads. It's shaving out quite nicely. Okay, now I'm going to shave the bridge of her nose. Okay. Okay, Garrett. I was considering not shading the bridge of her nose because she's white. It ends up showing the pink skin a little bit more than the dogs that don't have white fur. But she had so many eye goobers that I decided to just shade it anyways because I wanted to make sure that those eye goobers got really short and cleaned up, and that the hair would be short around it so that as it grows out again, it lasts a little bit longer where it stays clean. Now I'm shaving the inside of her ears, removing all the hair from the surface of her ear canal so that I can pluck it without plucking any hairs that are on the outside or the surface, and only pluck the hairs inside the ear canal. Now I'll grab my hemostats. Bella doesn't have a lot of hair inside of her ears, but she does have a little bit. We'll get it all plucked out. In my experience, dogs with less hair, like Bella, are less prone to getting ear infections, whereas dogs like Midnight, with lots and lots of hair, are much more prone to ear infections. Okay. Okay, sanitary is all that's left, and then we can go give all three of these guys a bath. So I'm lifting up one leg to expose her belly and her Sanny. I'm shaving all the hairs around her belly and all the hairs that would get peed on around her Sanny. Okay. Oh, whoops, I forgot to do a bump. Oh boy, dropped my blade. Got lucky, it didn't break. Okay, now I'm gonna shave her bun. Her bun was pretty clean, but we're still gonna separate this blade. And real quickly, I'm going to get the oil off of these other two blades by using this clip-on and shaving over Lacey's head. Let's just go ahead and put Bella down. Wait. There. I know. Okay. Now the blades are all ready. Don't have any more excess oil on them. Okay, now we're gonna head back to the back and go give these 3 pups a bath. So give me just a minute to get the camera on back there. Okay, we're gonna get started with Bella. To warm up the water. Now I have this bathing system. It pre-mixes the shampoo for me, but I do not want it to, it requires high pressure water in order to mix the shampoo, and I don't want high pressure water on her face. So I will use it on her body and legs, and then I will wash her face by hand. But before I do that, I need to express her anal glands. Turn her around, lift up the tail. This is an external expression, so I'm reaching just below the rectum, and I'm applying a little bit of pressure, lifting them up and back towards her bum, the end of her bum. And then I'm just holding that pressure while the glands express. Her glands were very full. Color looks normal though, so I'm just going to mark down that they were full so that the owners know if she scooted her bum, that's probably why. Go ahead and give her a bath now. Okay, her body's washed off now. Get the soap out of the line. I'll turn the water pressure way down, and I'll get her head wet, trying to avoid getting water in her ears and in her nose. It's okay if it gets in her eyes. Okay. Wait. Wait. Midnight. Hi, buddy. You being cute. You being a cute boy. Hi, Lacey. You guys checking up on your sister? Really scrubbing at these tear stains. There's some good goobers that are stuck in there, and I'm trying to make sure that all of that gets out. She also has a few goobers on the side of her nose right here. I think this is probably a little bit of residual stuck on food. Make sure I get all of this really clean. Now that I've got soap on her muzzle, I'm trying to hold it closed so that she doesn't lick the soap into her mouth. Hang on. So I'm trying to scrub this really quickly. And I'm going to rinse off her muzzle as quick as I can because she keeps licking. I don't want her to lick this soap in if I can avoid it. Wait, Bella. You're okay. You're okay. Good girl. Hold still. Wait. Hold still. Bella. Stop. Stop. Okay. Now I'm going to make sure that the rest of her face is all washed off. I don't think I got her cheeks very well. Under her ears, behind her ears. Okay. Now I'm going to rinse out her eyes. Make sure that if any soap got in there, it gets rinsed out. Good girl. Then I'll pin down her ear and rinse off one side of her head. Same thing on the other side. And now that I rinsed her ears off, she's showing signs that she wants to shake, so I'm going to let her. There's a small chance that I got a little bit of water in there, and her shaking it can get it out. But if I don't let her shake, because I try to avoid myself getting wet, then I might actually trap the water in there, and that can cause an ear infection. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to rinse off the rest of her body. Make sure to get under the leash. Soap can get trapped there pretty easily. Making sure to get in the pads of her feet. armpits, all down her back, all down her tail, underside of her tail. Okay, she is all rinsed off. I'm going to squeeze out all the excess water that I can, and I'm going to check for soap as I do it. If I feel any slippery spots, I'll just put my hand. If I see bubbles, give her another rinse, but I don't, so she's good to go. Grab a little towel. Towel off all the water that I can. Towel's really good at getting a lot of water off really fast, but it can only get so much. And then I'm going to stick her in a drying kennel while I bathe her siblings, and then we'll get her finished drying with the blow dryer. Hi. Hi, ladies. What's up, big girl? Bella has a really nice coat. Doesn't hold on to too much water. Okay, so she's all toweled off. Before I put her in the kennel, I'm going to prepare her for the blow dryers. I give the dogs cotton ball earplugs because the blow dryers are very loud. And I want her, she'll be the first one, so it won't actually matter, but the other two, they're going to be sitting in the kennel when she's getting blow dried. And I want them all to be protected, so I'm going to make sure they all have these cotton ball earplugs. And now I'm going to put her in the drying kennel. Okay, give me a moment, I'm going to grab the next dog. Who's next? All right, Lacey is next. And we're just gonna repeat that same process. Water's already warmed. Turn on the bathing system. Express her anal glands. Her glands were also very full and a little yellowy, but I think that's normal for Lacey. I think her glands kind of are a yellowy color. body's washed. Now let's get her face. Okay, your head's all wet. Let's go ahead and start applying the shampoo and lather it all in. Try to avoid getting any soap in her eyes, ears, nose, or mouth. Make sure to scrape out the eye goobers. Okay, face is all washed. Go ahead and rinse off her mouth. Prevent her from licking any soap in. Now I'll rinse out her eyes. Make sure no soap gets left in her eyes. any soap. Good to go. Okay, she's all toweled off. Grab a cotton ball. Tear it in half. Make sure that Lacey has her very own cotton ball earplugs. Girl. Yes. That's a good girl. Go ahead and put her in the kennel with her sister, and then we'll grab midnight. Real quickly, I need to put in some notes about these dogs. I've got too many of them running in my head, and I'm going to forget them if I don't write them down. So bear with me for one moment. Taking note of their behavior, the level of their anal glands, say Lacey's. Okay. Alright, so we'll grab midnight. Now we've got midnight. We're going to turn on the bathing system. Spin him around. Express his anal glands. Midnight's glands are very thick. They're expressing, but they were very thick. Okay, his body's washed. Now let's get his face washed. Low water pressure. Get his head wet. Try not to get water in his ears and his nose. Start lathering up his head and ears. If it doesn't lather, it's not clean. So I'll just add more soap and keep scrubbing until it lathers. What a cutie. Midnight looks super cute, all soaked up, wet face. Cutie pie. Yeah. Okay, his face is all washed. Let's go ahead and rinse it off. Wait, hang on, buddy. Hang on. Wait. Midnight. Midnight. Wait. Stop. up at night. Yes, it was so good. Besides that one moment rinsing his face, he did really, really good for the bath. There's one moment, a little bit of wiggling and wanting to get away from the water, but overall, wonderful job from this little guy. Okay. Let's grab some cotton balls for this little guy. Okay, now I'm going to pull, let's see, before I, yeah, okay. Stay Lacey. Grab Bella. Keep half an eye on Midnight. He's being really good. Doesn't seem like he's going to try to jump out or do anything. Now, we'll let Bella stay right here for a second. We'll swap. And the reason I did it in this order, because I want to keep the siblings together in the same kennel, but trying to hold a dog and balancing keeping two dogs in the kennel all at the same time is where I've seen problems happen, and then one of the dogs can jump out, or multiple of the dogs can jump out and fall out. And they're about this high, so it's about as if the dog was to jump off of this table. So way too high to jump off, so this is the safer way that I do it. I want to only have to hold that one dog at a time while I grab the other one. So I used to only use these earbuds for my own hearing protection, but I have recently gotten these earmuffs, and what this does is it allows me to hear my music perfectly for my podcast, so that I don't have to have the volume all the way up. That's what I'm going to do right now. I'm going to put on a nice podcast. We're going to be blow drying for quite some time. I'm going to do all three dogs all at once. Let's pause this. And I'm going to add the note about, I don't know if I saved that, anal glands. fast that I like. Okay. All right, now we are ready to blow dry. So the way that this works, I have the high velocity blow dryer, but I don't want high velocity air to get in the face the same way that I didn't want high velocity water or high pressure water to be in the face. There's lots of sensitive areas, eyes, ears, nose, mouth. So I'll use the dryer on high for her body and legs, and then low on her face. And I will not have the dryer close to her skin if I'm worried that she's going to shake and wiggle and accidentally make it go over one of these sensitive areas really close. Even if it's on low, if it's close to the face, it can still cause damage. So I will have it farther away if she's wiggling and up close if she's holding still. And then I'll just repeat that process for all three. So let's get this party started with my podcast. Great. Very little reaction. Let me get her face done. The drying kennel did a lot of the work on Bella, but she's all done, so let's jump on to the next. Okay, same process. High on her body and legs, low on her face. If she's panicking, I'll back off, slow down, until she's no longer panicking, and we'll just keep working until she's dry. two, all done. Little wiggly on her face, a little bit more twitchy and kind of explosive for a couple moments, but overall she did great too. Okay, last one. His cotton ball came out, but I saw it in the kennel, put it back in. And now we are ready to dry. Okay, we are all done. He got a little resistant for around his neck and his face. He was jumping up and putting his paws on me, but other than that, he was really good too. So I'm gonna keep him in my arms. He has a tendency to do a little timid piece. Take these off, and let's head back up front and start finishing his haircut. Okay, we're gonna hustle. First thing I'm gonna do is this clip on over his head. Stay. Wait. Wait. Okay. And now 7 on his body. Double check the ears. I think I'm gonna ears. So I think I'm gonna do a 1 inch. Just start with 1 1/4. called. Okay, now we'll do a number 7 all along his body. Important step, shaving the body, is to back brush. Fluffs up all the hairs and helps them get shaved evenly. Real quickly, I'm going to shave all around his neck. Set the lines on his teddy bear. Stay. Stay, midnight. Okay, buddy. Up. Up. Stay. Yeah, buddy. Okay. Sit. Hang on a minute. Okay, buddy. should be ready. Come here. Stay. Come on, Renee. Stay here. Stay. Right there. Good boy. Okay, all done shaving. Grab my scissors, my comb. Get all the hair off the table. And I'm going to do his feet first. I'm going to back brush all the hair at the bottom. Trim everything that comes past the pads. Flip the foot back over. Brush everything down from the top and around the top. Stay. Stay. Stop. Hold still, buddy. Hold still. Stay. Legs and feet are all done. I'm going to do his tail. I'm going to brush it out one more time. Okay, tail's done. Now we'll get his ears. almost pretty clean. I'll reuse it to clean his ears. You should have got the other one a while ago. Wait. Wait. He's got quite a few hairs that are getting pulled into his mouth. We're going to comb them all out and trim them to the bottom of his top lip. That way they can't get pulled in until they grow out again. Blending in top of the head into the cheek, comb it all down, comb it all back to the ear canal, trim everything that comes past there, and then blend it down into the chin. And then blend the muzzle into the cheek. Come back to the chin. Just go back and forth all the lines until everything's even. Okay, I think he's done. Let's clean his ears. Try to get him to shake his head one last time and see what hairs pop up. Hang on, wait. Stay. Okay, there we go. Got a good shake. Stay. Okay, all done. Good job, buddy. I forgot to get a picture. Let's see if I can grab it real quick. I'll probably pee again. Stay. Okay. You got it. Man, every time I touch this guy, he pees. Okay, let's hop on the next one. We're gonna do Lacey next. Here, Lace. Come here, girl. I gotcha. I gotcha. Stay here. Got some mats in her ears. Gotta get those brushed out before the clip-on's gonna be able to go through it. Now I'll do the 3/8 on her head for her teddy bear. Blend in her ears. Okay, let's. Oh, stop. I got you, girl. Right. Go. Okay. Stay. Face is all shaved. Put a 7 on. Start shaving her body. Oh, delicious. Okay, here we go. Come here. So first thing I'm going to do is set the line at the back of her head. Wait. Here you go. Good girls. Stay. Come here. She's like slowly crawling away. You stay here, baby. You gotta keep hustling. Interesting, the clipper is kind of grabbing, and it feels like there's something on her skin, like a growth or a wart, but I'm not feeling anything. So I think what's happening is her skin is actually folding, and that's why it's kind of getting stuck, is because the skin is folding and catching like that. Hey, stay. Good job. Good girl. Wait. Okay. Wait. Hey, hang on. Come here. Up. Okay. Body's all done being shaped. Next step's going to be trimming her feet. Let me see. Okay, nice. Catch me. Stay. your tail done now. Tiny bit of brushing to do. My next customer will be showing up in a little while, so if I mute the audio and put the dog down for a few minutes, you're not sure what's going on, that's what it is. Hang on, Lucy. Wait. Okay. Should we go? Okay, Lacey. You did good. Stay. Oh boy, what's that? Okay, let's clean Lacey's ears. Her ears are very clean. Almost nothing in them. Great. Shake one more time. Girl. Yeah. Okay, all done. Come here, Midnight. Come on, buddy. Let me count. Let me count. Good, puppers. We're just gonna leave them in the kennel until the next one comes in, and then I'll let them all run free. Okay. Okay, stay there. Lacey, hang on, baby. You're okay. Let's see. Wait. Okay. Yeah, I'm really close to finishing now, so awesome, thank you. Hey, can I call you right back? Alright, we are almost done. We're just going to finish up her face. We've let her owner know that all three of these guys that they're almost done. So hopefully she's starting to head down. Okay. You look gorgeous. Oh, wait. Let me see your chin. Good girl. Okay. Cute. Alright, let's clean your ears and we'll be all done. Not too much in that ear. Tiny bit of wax. Tiny bit dirtier than her siblings, but still quite clean. Yep, nice and clean that ear too. Okay, you shake? Shake your head. This is why I do the ears last. Clean the ears last. I usually get a good head shake from the dogs. Come on. Good girl. Okay, all done. Let's get a picture. Oh, Bella, Bella. Hi, cutie pie. Okay. One of those will have to be good enough. All right, that is the end of the live stream on these 3 pups. I hope you enjoyed. Hope you learned something. I'll be back after I sweep up. I have to make a phone call, and then we'll get on to Apollo. Yeah, if that's the end of what you want to watch, peace out, take care, hope you enjoyed, and we'll see you next time.